Assalamu alaikum. Morning. Are you ready for the second day for the IoT and AI bootcamp? Are you ready or still don't wake up? Ready? Yeah, great. Yeah. We will start the second day with Engineer Muhammad, the CEO and co-founder for GIE, and also the Innovation Manager for University of Dubai and Vice President for IEEE 10 Society. He will give us some inspirations and how to success in your plan and your entrepreneur. Engineer Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Usually, in many sessions I like to start with the two videos. I will share these two videos with you and get your feedback on this video. It will be a good opportunity to think together how to start our journey and how to create a real impact. Did you hear before about someone known as Felix? Did you hear about Felix Jump? Felix Jump. This is a crazy man that came to jump from the space. Did you hear about him? You hear about him? Yes. What he did? Yes. Why? He liked to do this. Do you think it is easy to do something like this? To jump from the space. By the way, when he decided to do this, all people said that he's a crazy man. Yes. This is a crazy man. There is no one jump from the space. When he decided to do this mission, and when he spoke with different people, with media, they are saying he is a crazy. There is no one at all can do this. There is no tools, there is no technology that can help you to jump from the space. If you are telling me that I'm going to jump from the space, what tools I have now to do this? By the way, any players who are doing jumping, they do from aeroplanes. Yes. There is any aeroplane that can go to the space? No. So how you can jump from the space? Rocket? And how you can stop the rocket to jump? Physics, right? And did you see the video? Did you see how he did this? How? Or what? Hot balloon. Yes, but if he is using the balloon, most of balloons have a basket, and it is open basket. It's not the type. But what type he used? Metallic. Yes. Let's see the video and discuss. Because this is very important to believe in what you are going to do. So if we are going to start our own business, we need to think that we can do it. Let's start. We will speak about many people in this video. You know this one? This one, his name is Kittinger. Who is Kittinger? I will tell you. He is the mentor.
And that's why we picked a location like Roswell, where the climate is more favorable. So you give yourself a good chance right from the start.
This is mission translation is the beginning. What Felix is doing is he is proving the next generation spacesuit. So when we go back into space, we'll have a better pressure suit than we have today. And Felix will make that contribution. So Felix, and he should be in about 20 minutes.
And it's worked a lot to understand the system, understand engineering, and understand how the capsule works and the suit works, and what's waiting up there.
Well, you let me know when you're ready to go and we'll start this ride going. Well, you let me know when you're ready.
Did you see this flag? Felix. There is a flag. And after that, Felix from, do you know this flag from which country? Austria. Because Felix is Austrian. Yes.
Go and we'll start this ride going. Godspeed, Felix. We're going to have fun on this one. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Buddy, here we go. How about that, buddy? How about that? All right, way, Felix. Oh, when I saw the ground, I was elated. That was, it was a great experience for all of us.
It's a huge milestone. You know, we didn't go to 55, we didn't go to 60. We went to 71, which is really awesome.
I don't know how you feel or how easy it is and how it's 20,000 feet because there's no support here. So that's still a big unknown. But besides that, I think everybody's happy. I've seen a lot of happy faces here.
What do you think about this video? What feeling you get from this? What? Yes. High risk, high reward. Do you think are crazy people? Do we need many of this kind of people? You think crazy? Who are thinking to do something that we don't believe in? I think someone like Felix, when he spoke with scientists, with journalists, with whatever different kind of engineers who are thinking and calculating risk and calculating, they would say this is will not be. So if anyone tell you he will jump from the space, you won't believe. And if you are speaking with a financial person, what he will tell you will cost billions of dollars. We don't have this kind of money. How this person succeed to convince a lot of people to stand behind him and to achieve this? How he did this? This is the entrepreneurial mindset. The entrepreneur is a person that taking a high risk but high calculated risk. Because he is a very professional in jumping, he decided to do a crazy jump. By the way, he tried to convince many people before but he didn't succeed. Who believed in his jump and in this to make it happen? Who? The mentor? No. Which company? Red Bull. Yes. Do you know the slogan of Red Bull? What is the slogan? Give you it. This is why Red Bull invested in this job. Because it matched totally their slogan. Or maybe they create this slogan based on this job. Do you know how much money Red Bull invested in this job? How much money they invested? How many million? 10 million? Not billions, not billions. The total cost of this jump is 115 million. Red Bull invested more than 70 million. Why a company invest all this amount of money in this crazy jump? Why? All of these answers will help you to start your business, to get a sponsor, to be able to achieve what you are dreaming about. Yes. How they will be more known? Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, why? I think it's gonna keep himself at the edge.
On the edge.
On top. Because if you like compare all to what I have seen, there's they need competing a lot in inventory. But in the case of battery, they're only because they don't have.
Red Bull is the energy drink. So they said their drinks give you more energy. And they want to prove this. They said if you drink Red Bull, you will be able to fly, you'll be able to achieve. Do you know how much PR they received from this event? If you saw the number of TV channels, international channels that covering the jump, it will cost more than $1 million. All the channels all over the world were covering this jump. All of this is a big amount of money. If you are speaking with a marketing agency, they will invest in this because it will achieve a lot of return based on covering this. So, who is Pittinger? Do you know who is Pittinger? So, Red Bull believed in the jump and they invested a lot of money. Who is this person? He is telling he is the mentor. Who is? Yes.
The previous record holder of the
True. Pittinger is the previous record holder. This is the one who did the highest jump, the longest jump before Phelps. Do you know which year? In which year? 18th. 80s. You know? 1945. 45. When he was very young. He did this record, and since this date, no one break his record. Why someone support another one? To me, to be more better than him, to achieve more than him. He did the legacy already. To keep the legacy. And this is the mindset of successful people. They want to encourage more people to be more successful. If you know about a lot of people who are investing in startups, a lot of really successful people, they look for young entrepreneurs to invest with them, to support them, to keep success, to encourage them to boom, to be more successful. This is why Pittinger decided to be the mentor. And by the way, Felix broke all records, Pittinger, except one. And he can, at this jump, he was able to break this record, but he decided not to break this record, to keep it by the name of Pittinger. appreciating his support, appreciating his time that invested to support him. So there is a company with a big investment in this crazy idea. There is a mentor that transferred the knowledge, the experience, the know-how to help you to be successful. And did you see the number of people who worked in this project? Do you know how many persons worked in this project? 65. 65 worked to make this jump successful. Do you know all of these people? No. But we know Felix, and also we know Kitty. Felix had the skills, the technology that helped him to do this job. He is an engineer. He knows how to design the panel. He is an engineer. No. He is only crazy pilot who like to fly and jump. That's it. But because he is dreamer, he is believing in what he like to do, he succeed to collect a team. So if you like to be a successful, if you have a crazy idea, can you do it yourself? You have to build a team. You have to secure funding. You have to convince others that you can achieve your dream. Can you select a crazy dream to do it? I think there is many people are doing jump from flights. Do you know any of them? Do you know? How many? From planes.
Yeah.
How many? Do you know any of them? Do you know any of them?
But I speak first if I know one, then I know the rest, right?
Okay, but all of us knew Felix.
Yeah.
Because he did a crazy thing. If you want to be a great, successful person, you need to think with a different way. There is many who can jump from planes, but there is only one who jumped from space. Since more than 10 years, no one else did what Felix did. So if we want to be a very successful people, we need to think crazy. We need to think more than let sky is not the limit. Some of us think always we have a limit for our thinking, yes. We think about tools we have, we think about resources we have, we think about money that we can collect. But if you want to be a very successful person, don't put blockers for you. Start with the end of the mind, which is more than sky is not the limit. Okay? Someone like Felix, do you think what is the most thing that Felix, in part of the project, spent more than 6 months trying to overcome his fear? Do you know what is the things that Felix was fearful? Can you give me some examples? Someone like Felix, what is the main fear that he is fearing from and took him for 6 months to achieve this job? Dying, failing, height. Felix is a jumper, so he is jumping every time. So he don't break from closed space. In the first trial that Felix tried to do this, because to reach this altitude, you need to spend more than 3 hours inside a small capsule. And because he is fighter and flying a lot of time, he liked open areas. This is why when he spent 1 hour inside the capsule training, he was not able to continue more than 1 hour. And this is took more than how much time? 6 months. Do you believe that someone who did this jump spent 6 months trying to train himself to overcome this fear. How many of us have a specific fear? Are you feared from something? What is the most thrilling something? Alexa.
I guess.
Failing. All of us fail from failing, yes? And we don't like others to blame us for a failure. But by the way, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you have to learn from your failure. So this is a process. You need to. Do you think that Felix, all of his jumps was very successful? For sure, no. For sure, some of these jumps faced a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. But we need to learn from our failures. Any of you, when you are inside the elevator and spot, are you feared from something like this? All of us have different type of fears. But to be as successful, what we need to do, to teach ourselves how to overcome our fears. He spent more than 6 months to overcome this fear, to be able to achieve his dream. So if we want to achieve our dreams, we need to know our point of weakness and try to overcome this weakness to be able to achieve our dreams. But we have first to dream. Can any one of you share with me one of your dreams? Yes, what your dream? Travel. Good. That's maybe galaxies, not only the world. Why world? Maybe you like to go to Mars, go to Moon, only Earth. Different country. Another dream. You have a dream, yes?
One of the ideas I would like to pursue in the future is a way to incentivize companies to do social growth. So currently there is corporate sustainable responsibility, but it's like a side thing. What if we can create an economic system where people are incentivized to help people? Right now, people are incentivized to make money, but if there is a different way to change that, that's my dream, is that nobody will be poor and hungry.
You want to make world more better and people be satisfied not based on money only, but helping each other to make world more better and better. And by the way, some of the very rich people try to do this. For example, if you are speaking about Bill Gates, when he succeeded to secure a big amount of money, he created his own NGO to help people. Also, I think Elon Musk, he decided to create a technology that provides internet for all people all over the world for free. And if you are a successful person, you think about others and you try to help them to be successful. So you need to be a successful. Yes. To help others, you should help yourself first. And you have to be a successful to be able to help others. And this is very important. Yeah, success is part of the way to help others and to be able to impact the society. Okay, there is a lot of learning lessons from this video. This is why I like to start many of my trainings, especially for entrepreneurs, to first be crazy. This is a very important message for all of us. Don't think regularly at all. Don't think about the same solution that many others do. Try to select a very unique idea. Try to think away from other competitors. You know about red oceans and blue oceans? There is a very well-known book in the entrepreneurship saying that red oceans, this is the area where all companies compete. If you are thinking about product or solution, and many other companies doing the same, this is the red ocean, where all companies compete each other, and it is difficult for you to create a unique value proposition. For Blue Ocean, you select a new idea, a new solution in a very new area that can give you more opportunity and give you an edge and a specific solution that can be competing with different other solutions. This is what Phoenix did. And to be able to do this, mentorship is very important. It is not only about training. When you are doing your startup, you need to look for old people with a great experience that can mentor you, give you a lot of experience, a lot of support to move from step to another and reduce a lot of time and effort to help you. What else learned lessons from this? Is it difficult to secure? Yes. There is nothing impossible. And it also raising money, yes, it is not easy, but it is doable. The government didn't support this project. This project supported by business company that invested more than 70 million to make this project successful. So if you are an entrepreneur, you need to think crazy, create a team, look for a mentor, trust in your idea, and try to convince others to join you. Another important video also I want to share with you. And another one is a very nice video. We can close with it. This is a very nice selfie. Did you see this symphony before? This picture. Do you have any comments, feedback, learned lessons from video? What impressions you get from this video? What message you can take from this video? Hmm?
That when you can form a team, you can achieve a greater result, because at the beginning of the video, yeah, it was great. It catch a lot of attention, but with the time, a lot of people came around, join, and it becomes something much more bigger. So you could translate that to a project or a business. With a team, you can
Teamwork.
great work.
Teamwork and speciality. You need in your team different specialities. And if you want a successful project, successful activity, you need different people to join you. And who started this team? Who started this symphony? Who? The cello? The one who is doing the cello, yes? No. Who started this symphony? Which one? Do you see the young girl that bought 1 dirham? And after this, the symphony started. This means with a very small input and maybe a small person can create a very big impact. The symphony totally started with this young girl that bought $1, and after that it started. What else? What else important lessons from this? When you are doing successful thing, people engage with you and start to be part. And when you engage them, you get more success and more impact. What else? If there is no people interested, yes, you attract attention of people, you make a successful something, and others contribute with you. But also, who is the maestro? When the maestro appear? In the beginning of the symphony? So when you are doing a startup, maybe you are an entrepreneur and you can start business, but at a specific time, you need a manager. You need a talented manager that can help the symphony to continue and to expand more and more. Maybe in the beginning, there is no need for this specific skills for this person, but at a specific time, you need a manager that can lead all this group and keep the success of this. Teamwork, inspiration, build your team based on experience, specialties. You need different type of expert in your team. At a specific time, you need a very good manager to help you expand your business. And when you become a successful, all around you will contribute and work and support. I hope, inshallah, you can do a great successful business, great successful startups. This is some inspiring messages. I think it is better to receive it indirectly, not through a presentation or a session, but if you can see this is a real impact that happened in the life, we need to replicate this in our businesses. Thank you, and I hope the coming sessions will provide more information and support for your ideas. Shukran.
Thank you, Engineer Mohammed, for this session. And next session will be virtually with Dr. Isam Mitwalli, founder and CEO at AI Tech for You. He will be with us to give you some insights about the Industry 4.0 and the AI and the using of AI. Dr. Isam, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, Dr. Isam. Yeah.
Good morning, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure indeed to contribute to this valuable bootcamp on IoT and AI, which are really the main catalyst of the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And you are the entrepreneurs 4.0. So I'm happy to give this speech to you. Let me share the slides. Of course, I was going to be more happy if joined you face to face, but just you see my color is a bit dark. I was having the summer holiday in north coast of Egypt, so I'm doing propaganda for Egypt. Next summer, you can enjoy your time there as well. So, Industry 4.0 and its evolution with entrepreneurship 4.0 is our topic. This bootcamp IoT and AI is very important for Industry 4.0. I am a life senior member IEEE. I hope you all will join the IEEE. Being a life senior member, that means my age and my years of subscription are more than 100. So that indicates that I'm a little bit old, but the good thing is that I lived very much the second and the third and now the fourth industrial revolution, going to the fifth, but we are going to talk about all this in this presentation. So I really lived this technology, and as a research and as working in the research and development of big companies. So I hope you will benefit from this presentation. So we are going to talk about it and see the merits of Industry 4.0, entrepreneurship 4.0 characteristics, or actually your characteristics, entrepreneur 4.0, which are you, technologies of Industry 4.0, which really made the Industry 4.0, and these are the technologies that you are using, the entrepreneurs are using. And we're going to a little bit focus on the IoT and the AI, which are considered the main catalyst for the Industry 4.0. then we shall conclude. The history of civilization is the history of human innovation. The universe is full of intelligence and big data, which is created by Allah. We will find at certain point that the brain is the most complex invention on the universe, and really our power to become as human, not really as yourself, but everyone, to reach the power of AI will be as much as we could understand the design of the brain. This statement actually is from the MIT Technology Review. So the universe is created 3.8 billion years ago. The Earth is created 4.54 billion years ago. Modern human is created 360K years ago. So of course, I'm basing these figures according to, let's say, pure physical scientific research. An agricultural civilization 12K years ago. The written record of civilization, 500 years when the printer was invented. The modern science civilization, 400 years. Sorry, the written records, of course, was 5,000 years. That's when was the Egyptian and pharaohs and this type of civilization. And the modern science civilization started, let's say, with the printer 400 years ago. Industrial civilization 200 years ago, and these are the first industrial civilization. We will talk, actually we talk about it now. It's just the steam engines industry 1.0.0. And this made the train and the factories with coal and steam, textile factories. And that was in the 17th century, late 17th century. And then the second industrial revolution at the late 19th century, when the electricity was invented, and the combustion, internal combustion engine was invented. That was really the second revolution, which really lasted for the most of the 20th century until the third industrial revolution, which is 50 years ago or a little bit more, when the computer was started and digital communication started, and the internet. So this made the third revolution. We'll see all this again in the next slide. And then AI started a few years ago. Of course, theoretically, it started also 50 years ago, but only 5 or 7 years ago when it started to really make impact and to become real. We'll see that in the next slide. So this shows the evolution of technology and associated services from the 70s. I'm saying the 70s actually, that when the computer started to take shape. Before that, there was some computer, but not really much commercial. So, and that we started to have computer used in many industries, and that started to make automation. And then the e-services, the internet started in the 90s, in the early 90s. And this, with this, we started what we call e-services, which we, until now, we see it in e-government, e-health, in the different sectors of services. And then, of course, the mobile came and became common at the 2000 and above. And then at the late 2000, about 2005, 2006, RFID, which is really the first Internet of Things sensor, not really the first and commonly used for IoT, if we call it initial IoT. That was really the initial type of Internet of Things was used and mainly by South Korea and Japan, and it was called ubiquitous systems or ubiquitous city for when applied to the city. And then at the 2012, 13, 14, and so on, it started smart city to take shape, and that was mainly because of the great technology of smartphones. Of course, we say great, but every technology has its negative effects, and we have always to maximize the good things and minimize the bad sides. We see that in all technologies. So with the smartphone and with all other technologies, we talked about it. Then we started to have the concept of smart systems, smart cities. At that time, actually, starting with RFID and then other type of sensor, the concept of machine-to-machine communication started. So when we talk about IoT, we mean machine-to-machine communication. But when actually started also to use the internet for machine-to-machine and started to become in volume of thousands and millions. Actually, I lived in this time when I was in STC, and we had some optimism about machine-to-machine. Can it really become, the numbers can become thousands and millions, and that was the case. So at the late 2020 and so, then we had the IoT become more common Internet of Things, and we shall see that actually we are going even through Internet of Everything that will become more or less, Internet of Things now is, as we mentioned, that the main two catalysts for the Industry 4.0 are IoT and artificial intelligence. And when we move to Industry 5.0, we are not going to talk about it now because it's not our topic. But when we take a look at the future, maybe if we have time, we can talk about it at the end. But then we will have more of Internet of Everything, and we will have more generative AI. So this will move us. I think these are more or less, this will become or considered to become the catalyst for Industry 5.0. The difference between Internet of Things and Internet of Everything, that Internet of Everything will not only include objects and things, sensors, it will also include people, databases, processes, and so on. So it will really communicate between all this type of entities that will result in more efficient industry and a more efficient and useful applications. So, as we mentioned, AI and IoT innovations can be thought of as both. We didn't mention that. We mentioned that they are just the catalyst for Industry 4.0. But both these two technologies are general purpose technologies, and they are inventions of method of inventions. They are general purpose because they are used for the different sectors, for everything, from medical application, agricultural application, education. So they are general purpose in that sense. Both AI and IoT. And they are also inventions of method of invention. They are actually resulting in, and let's say AI in particular it's more clear that AI is is generating other tools. It's the tools of tools. So it's innovation tools of tools, which mean that a tool can create, innovate into other tools. Like we saw, for example, AI as a tool, it generated generative AI as a new tool, and these are also with plugins and some additions, creating more and more tools. So if we are thinking of the old Lego, how we can use a tool to do something, then when we have a tool that generate tools and that can further generate tools, then we have an endless generation, more or less, of tool, and that is really what an entrepreneur would use to make new innovations and products and services. The focus of Industry 4 is on automation, data-driven decision-making, flexibility, responding more effectively to market changes, making them more competitive in the global economy. So resulting in enhanced productivity and efficiency, improved quality and consistency, increased flexibility and customization, cost reduction, enhanced decision-making, enhanced customer experience, substantiality and sustainability and environmental benefits, enhanced innovation, and global competitiveness. I think they are more or less clear. And if we can spend a lot of time just talking about everyone, how the Industry 4.0 is making progress in all this, and all this actually, these benefits or merits, if you if we call it, all these can be your objectives when you are making a business plan, and or even a business case or even a business model. You can always think of how I would improve in all these merits. These are the merits of the Industry 4, which are resulted from the technologies that are used in Industry 4, which we are going to talk about it now. So how can we use the different technologies to maximize these merits or benefits of Industry 4.0? So we can always use this in our business plan when we make our presentations and so on. We mentioned that entrepreneurship or Entrepreneur 4.0 is applying Industry 4 technology. That's really the definition of Entrepreneur 4.0. So we are not going to say that Entrepreneur 1.0 and Entrepreneur 2.0 and so on. In fact, this term is only created along with Industry 4.0. In fact, let's say that even Industry 4.0, I wouldn't say we never, but I never, in my experience, use the terminology of Industry 3.0. We did not use that. Only along when AI was really came into existence, Of course, the term was used here and there in some conferences and so on, but it was not common, that everybody is knowing about it or talking about it. So everybody is talking about Industry 4.0, or now entrepreneur, if you call yourself entrepreneur 4.0, when Industry 4.0 was becoming common, with the catalyst being AI in particular, as a matter of fact, more than IoT. So when AI become real, then we are into Industry 4.0. So the Entrepreneur 4.0 was actually a term becoming associated with Industry 4.0. And your merits, the characteristic of the Entrepreneur 4.0 is digitally fluent. So someone who can say that so you need to be, I wouldn't say excellent Python programmer, but it would be much better, let's say. And digitally means aware of all the digital technologies in general. Data-driven decision-making. So we actually oriented to use data to make a decision. And of course, we know that IoT is a very important source of data, especially when we talk about automation or optimization, where we need to take measurement on real time and have system to make optimal decision. Need to be agile, flexible, global mindset, aware of how to really reach global markets and how to make benefit of global market. So focusing, of course, on innovation and disruption. You don't need to be disruptive, but you'll be happy if you become one. So, and I would like also to differentiate between innovation and creation, or creativity and innovation. You may have come across such a difference, but I would like to emphasize it because I just had 2 Harvard Business School courses on creativity and innovation, and we can just simply say the difference is that innovation is the creativity which make value to the society, to people, to anything that. So the innovation, you must have the strategic thinking of your antenna should really be looking for what problem to solve, where are the opportunities, and then the innovation or creativity will focus on serving the society or the industry. So really we are talking about innovation, and it's already include the creativity parts. So we need to be, of course, we know that we need collaboration and network. To be network oriented is very important for success in general in anything, but in particular for the research and for entrepreneurship. You need to have this teamwork. And I remember when I visited one day the Bell Laboratories in the US. Bell Laboratories for me was Bell System Technical Journal was really my main teacher while I was doing my PhD. Two main teachers I had, which is the Bell System Technical Journal and the IEEE Transactions on Communication, IEEE magazine. So these are really the most important global reference. Sorry, Bell System Technical Journal, of course, was at the time of the 70s and 80s and so on, but now it's not becoming so common because technology has diversified very much, and you have a lot of other sources. But at least in my time, Bell Laboratories were really the inventor. Of course, they are the inventor of the transistor, which is really the main component of semiconductor now, and so they are considered really the initial creator of computer system and digital communication in general. And I remember when I visited there, there was someone presenting and saying that we never know when the idea comes. Does it come when we hit each other or through the chalk, or coming from a question, or which answer? So really the collaborative work of the teamwork, when they make discussion and brainstorming and so on, they come with ideas, and so it's very important to be good collaborator and have a good network. A customer-centric approach, of course, and this will become more in the Industry 5.0, but the merit of industry of the Industry 4.0 and the entrepreneur of 4.0 is focusing on the customer. And of course, the fashion for the last few years is to become to look at sustainability and to have to consider the social responsibility. It's not really a fashion; it's the coming with the ethics, coming with being people and oriented more than machine oriented. So it's a trend now to make machine more like human, instead of having the human behaving like machine, which is really instead of having machine, so to humanize more or less the machine than to become just a machine, and to be resilient and to consider scaling. So it's an entrepreneur, not just having a good idea, and should also, and this should be part of a business plan, how this system or idea or product or service will scale in the future. Here are the main technologies used in Industry 4.0. As we mentioned, Internet of Things is considered to be number one. I think artificial intelligence should be. They are both equal. I wouldn't say. In fact, I asked ChatGPT which is more important for Industry 4.0. Artificial intelligence or IoT, and they are both the same. I think he was more biased to Internet of Things, but at the end, when you make some prompt engineering and ask ChatGPT more question, then he can tell you are right. It is artificial intelligence, and that's actually from my own life experience. As I mentioned, Internet of Things, it was a nice thing when we were talking about machine to machine, but when artificial intelligence came up, this really made the 4.0 become more of a reality. You can but anyway, it's both of them are very important. Big data and analytics, it's important, and cloud and computing. As we mentioned before, all these are technologies leading to artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to become practical and economic and popular. And of course, robotic and automation, additive 3D printing, augmented reality, virtual reality, autonomous system and autonomous vehicles, blockchain, cybersecurity. Of course, we can have a session for each of these, actually 1 hour or more. You can have a course in each of these technology, and of course, you will use any of them as per your need. You will get deeper in any of them as your need, but you need to be familiar of these technologies are the main tools for entrepreneurs to think and innovate. So we'll talk a little bit about IoT and AI, just being the main catalyst for Industry 4.0, and they are very important tools for entrepreneurs to know more and more about it. The characteristics of IoT, of course, is high connectivity. and this was really a main obstacle. Initially we had telephones, so we couldn't do anything. And then we had data communication through the telephone network, also we couldn't do much. Then we have just when the internet really came into the picture, then we started to have some form of IoT, or actually machine to machine, until actually we have the situation of today, fiber everywhere, digital everywhere. And in fact, we have certain signaling system for the sensors of the IoT. And this actually can provide communication also to serve certain applications. So connectivity is very important, and internet connectivity is very important for the IoT. And then we have data collection. Of course, the purpose of IoT sensors is really to provide data about the system we are building. If we are, for example, an oil refinery, then we have certain sensors that give us information about the status. And if we have a factory, if we have autonomous car, for example, then we have camera, we have LiDAR, we have radars that give us information about the environment, so that the car can know where it and how the environment look like, can perceive the surrounding. So data collection, of course, is very important and part of the IoT ecosystem. And automation, where actually this data can automate certain application like autonomous car, for example, or autonomous any factory. And we, of course, interoperability between these devices, which is really the theme of Internet of Things, so that they can work together and perform the task they have to perform. As we mentioned, that IoT, the most important element of the IoT is the sensors. And here just I'm giving example of common sensors, which is temperature sensor, proximity sensor, for example, like in the car when you make parking or so, light sensors, motion sensors, which are used in security, for example, pressure sensors in industry, humidity sensor, gas sensor, water quality sensor, and sound sensor. So this sensor will actually identify the nature that we are trying to control and give us the information in real time, so that we can process and then make decision, hopefully based on algorithm that's developed by machine learning, trained on certain experience, good experience that can make automation, for example. We talk a little bit about, we talked about IoT, we talk about now artificial intelligence, which is actually more or less designing programs that resemble or emulate the human and functions. For example, with artificial intelligence, we can make the machine. I mentioned before that brain is the most complex piece of highly organized active matter in the known universe. And actually, we can be as good in artificial intelligence as we can understand how the brain works. Unfortunately, we are not going to go through, of course, this will require courses on deep learning and how neural network is working and so on. But at the end, we are trying to design a machine that will resemble the human function. For example, the machine can see, can hear, can talk, as we see now in ChatGPT, perceive environment like we see in the autonomous car, understand context as we see in the ChatGPT, analyze and conclude, make decisions. And that's, for example, in autonomous system when we collect sensors and make decision based on whatever we have, based on experience that we were trained on, obtained experience of very good experts that we actually can make the machine resemble their merit or their character. Memorize scenarios, learn and improve, understand impression, emotion, behavior. This is actually is going to become more valuable for Industry 5.0 because there we will focus more on the human nature of the machine to become more and more human. And also the machine can plan and achieve goals. So these are really, we are moving towards becoming more performing like human. So that's artificial intelligence. And the main capabilities of artificial intelligence: prediction based on very large number of features, big data, insightful analytics, solving mega parameters formula of the nature. This is mainly, for example, in drug discovery, where you put millions and billions of parameters to find out which drug combination will actually result in effective treatment, for example. We also, maybe we will see a slide also showing that how DeepMind, which is really the AI arm of Google, have solved a 50 years problem, 50 years old puzzle of how actually amino acid, the shape of folding of amino acid can define the type of protein, really a very important and significant breakthrough in medicine, which is resulting now in companies trying to develop medicine to treat cancer, and of course to treat things like COVID and things like that. So by trying to create, for example, shapes and to train the immunity system to tackle the type of cells of the cancer, for example, more specific to target them. So these are solving mega parameters formulas, which could not be actually used before artificial intelligence. And chatbots support help desk, and we see now ChatGPT is a good example. Robot on-site assistance, we see it in hospitality, talking languages and translation, understanding and drafting text and stories like what ChatGPT is doing now, and facial recognition, of course, which is used in security and many other applications, reading impressions and emotion that we'll see more in the future. Autonomous mobility, as we talk a lot about autonomous cars, for example. Of course, we're not going to go deep about the different types of artificial intelligence, but this is just showing that we have different type of artificial intelligence used in different application. And for machine learning, we are just showing how first, the most important thing is to formulate a problem and to see to say that, oh, this problem can possibly be solved by machine learning or artificial intelligence. So you actually then you have with machine learning and traditional artificial intelligence, you need to have data. And this data, you will need to collect it in such a way and clean it, and then more or less understand it, and then select an appropriate model to train and then get the machine trained to perform the task of a certain expert that resulted in this data. So we are trying to make the machine become an expert, for example, doing certain tasks by collecting historic data about experts who are doing the same thing. For example, if you say MRI, for example, magnetic resonance in the medical field, then you can show the result, many results that would, and decision made by very good doctors, experts, and then obtain this from this data, the pattern that when you train the machine, the model, then the model will actually reflect the experience and patterns obtained in this data, which can then help a doctor to diagnose, for example, and say, oh, he has cancer or something less. So this just shows that in order to have a system, you need to have some processor capacity, and you may actually implement artificial intelligence in the cloud or in the edge or in your data system, data center, for example. And you need to have sensors, for example, camera or LiDAR or whatever. So that's for the, you need to equip yourself with tools to deal with artificial intelligence. We mentioned that, of course, AI and IoT has so many applications in healthcare, education, agriculture, security. Of course, each of you is actually focusing in one of those fields, most likely, and transportation and retail, human resource, finance, justice, manufacturing, in operations, any operations, and media, entertainment, tourism, sport. So these are examples of sectors which are using artificial intelligence and IoT. So example of the healthcare, we mentioned, for example, that with the X-rays, this shows that a human can have accuracy of 3.5% errors, for example, while AI can have 7.5%. But of course, the best thing is that a good doctor will use AI so that the accuracy will be much improved, so that the error can be just 0.5%. And that's what we always focus in Industry 4 and more in Industry 5.0, that these technologies and our innovations will not replace people with machines. The focus is, of course, we'll have to upskill and reskill the people, but at the end, we will have people using the AI and IoT tools for better performance, better productivity, and that should always be the goal of any invention. So we do not only think of doing something that makes profit, and that's really the problem, is that that is the driver of large industry. And large industry have this type of trend to become monopoly and to have a bad use of market power and not necessarily good for the people. And they may claim actually corporate social responsibility, doing this and that, but at the end, unfortunately, many of the large companies are revenue profit driven, that care more about profit. And therefore, people like you, entrepreneur, and people working in the artificial intelligence or in any technologies need to have the ethics that by design they design system that at the end becomes good for the society and sustainability. And that what we mentioned in the beginning, that a good entrepreneur should look not only having nice idea that having good value, but it has to really at the end ultimately be good for the society, good for the people, and therefore sorry. Sorry. Therefore, we need to have all this in mind so that there will be a difference between a doctor that's using AI and IoT and a doctor that does not use them. So that will make a difference between one person and the other. Therefore, we have to upskill and reskill, as we mentioned. This just was showing the example I mentioned about the discovery by DeepMind of the how amino acid folding, the combination of folding, which is really a billion and trillion of folding, subhanallah, of this can result in, they can make a correlation between the type of folding and the shape of the protein, and this is very important for making drugs and actually developing treatment systems for different type of the disease, including COVID and cancer, for example. This is also an example of how trying to make also the connection between the machine and the human brain, what Neuralink of Elon Musk is doing, and they could actually make also a relationship between what they measure from the brain waves, electrical waves, magnetic waves, electromagnetic waves of the brain, how to correlate it with the different organism and functions of the body, which can then treat actually very serious diseases. That's of course hopefully the mission. And in fact, in the Indian Institute of Technology also they could see correlation between the signals coming from the plants and which is, this says exactly we are trying to understand what the plants is trying to tell us. So at some point we will be able to understand the language of insects, animals, plants, and so on. And also Elon Musk was trying to do this with a pig, and sometimes he tried to do it with a monkey. These are just example for using the AI in different sectors. I'm not going to go in details about it because you are, every one of you who's really focusing in any of this field must have a good knowledge of how to use AI, for example, in education. Just because I think I'm running out of time. Not very much. I think I have 15 minutes left, but still I have more to say. But so in agriculture, for example, precision farming, I think one of you is working on this, so AI, for example, can analyze where weeds are growing. In this case, actually, the AI is probably the camera that's looking at the plants or at the weeds and trying to see if there are insects or if there are any characteristics. But the main thing here is the camera that's trained for the particular, for example, thing that we are interested of. We are interested to find about insects, or interested about to find whatever. But also we can have other sensors like, for example, humidity and things like that. And also we can have, of course, AI in having autonomous type of tools doing autonomous things. That's also using AI. And with AI, it will have to use sensor like LiDAR or cameras that can actually perceive the environment and understand what's going on depending on what it has been trained on, and do functionality autonomous or automate certain functionality. In security, of course, we have many applications of IoT and AI. The most straightforward one, when we put cameras and LiDAR to monitor a critical infrastructure for intrusion, for example, so it can very accurately identify the intruder and where he is in order, for example, to send a force to deal with the intruder. This was not possible before AI and IoT. In terms of precision and accuracy, which is very important for the security system. In fact, many of the non-AI IoT security system just work with cameras, and these cameras show on the TV screen the different places, and you need to have operator monitoring the different places to see if something unusual is happening. And there is a theory saying that if this operator is staying for 20 minutes looking at the screens, he will use 90% of the concentration, which is normal. Someone looking at screens which are showing almost normal situation. All the time it's normal. But the point is that when there is something abnormal, there is an intruder or a thief or anything like that, then this is the moment that we need the system to be accurately indicating and making no false alarm. Because if there are also many false alarms, the operator will lose the confidence in the system. And that's happening before AI and IoT. You just make some assumptions about intrusion, and then if there is a cat or a bird or a tree is moving, so the sensor, the motion sensor or whatever, will detect as an intrusion, and then you get false alarm. And this is happening until today. Today, most of the security system are not AI and IoT basis, but many of them, of course, are. So this is also one area of innovation that one can find out in what best way he can establish a system that becomes more accurate. Also, for some examples that knowing, just showing the face of a lost child, then in an airport, then you can find it. This was really one of the requirements that even in Dubai were interested. I don't know how far they have achieved this capability. And of course, also we have autonomous things can do dangerous things. So these are also one of the application. We have autonomous cars. This can different type of vehicles. For example, autonomous cargo vehicle, autonomous delivery, autonomous chair, autonomous taxi, which now we have in Dubai, autonomous tractor, as we mentioned, in agriculture, and autonomous flying car, which is now becoming a reality, and even in Dubai as well, the flying taxi. It's not yet so common, but it's really still in the early stages. So this just describing the theory behind the autonomous system, which is sensing and then perception and then planning the action. Of course, you have a digital map in the car, and then you plan where to go and so on, and then it will drive the car by steering wheel and the pedal. This is also an application showing that system by a company here in Dubai called IoT, which is detecting violation car if someone is eating or drinking or not wearing the seat belt. It will show an alarm. Before I end this presentation and open for questions, I would like to give two important wisdoms. One is the 4 C's, which are very useful for the entrepreneurs 4.0. The 4 C's of successful person. This is by His Excellency Rania Mashat. She was the Minister of Tourism, then the Minister of International Cooperation and Trans Cooperation, and then now is the Minister of Planning. Minister of Planning is the most important, actually, minister in a government like Egypt, because actually it is, you know, when we talk about business plan, it's the same like strategic plan of a country. You need to identify your vision, your mission, and your resources, and the environment, and how to succeed in all these things. For the country and therefore she's actually taking a very important position. In her LinkedIn profile, she's not talking about herself. She's just giving this advice to have people successful. I see her as a successful minister and successful person, and this wisdom from her is very important for a successful entrepreneur. Competence, connections, confidence, and charm. So, and let's all are self-explanatory, except charms. We just need to be kind, authentic, and carry an appropriate manner. So these are, and I think Mr. Aboud also talked about similar things, but I wanted to quote this for her. And then you have the 70s of R&D, which is really R&D is more or less innovation, but more academic and research. But it's the same, can be applied. You should do, from my point of view, the same thing for innovation. So this is the process of R&D. In effect, you try to find out what is relevant, where problems are, where can I have something useful. So you are actually looking at everything in everything. You are just, as we say, strategic thinking. Your antenna is just looking for opportunities and problems to solve. So we are inspecting. Until you detect one, you can say, oh, this sounds good. This sounds something, yes. Then you digest. So the 70s actually at the end, not at the beginning. So that is at the end. And then you digest this thing that you found opportunity, you studied, you actually look where else in the world they have been something similar, what they do about it, ask Google it, ask ChatGPT. You really understand where you are in this thing and how can you do something for it to come with new product or new service that something become useful. Then after this digestion, you select that. Then you find the good one. Yes, this really will be something. And then you actually adapt it to your own country, your own area, your own company, your own whatever. So you adapt it to certain things that you think, let's call it market segment. You adapt it to certain market segment and say, okay, this type of product or service has to be modified in order to succeed and to fulfill, of course, your criterion for success in this, for example, market. And then after you adapt it to the market, then you try to improve it further, make it distinctive, and make it, as I mentioned, Mr. Aboud mentioned, make it blue ocean, for example, and make it different, change certain things to become different, and so on. So, of course, digest, select, adapt, and distinct, they are all the technical work that you will have to do in order to come with proof of concept, to come with viable product, to come with a product, to come with a service. And then you have to also take into consideration how you will support this to scale and to sustain. So this will conclude my speech. Questions and answers. I didn't have a take a slide for question and answer, but okay. Yeah, let's read the conclusion of this presentation. As I said, conclude means that end the presentation. But the conclusion is that Industry 4 has fundamentally changed the way industries operate, and its principles have given rise to the new era, entrepreneurship 4.0. This is characterized by digital innovation, scalability, and global reach. Different AI capabilities and tools and AIoT sensors are available to innovate and create products and solutions in all verticals, such as healthcare, education, and security, and many more can still be innovated. I encourage you to all to think critically about how you can leverage these technologies and concepts in your own ventures or career. Thank you, and I'm ready to answer any question and see if you have any more to add, contribute, or comment.
Thank you, Dr. Assam, for this session. If there is any questions from the attendees, we can share it with Dr. Assam. All is clear. Thank you, Dr. Assam, for this focusing session. We will have a short coffee break for 30 minutes. After the break, we will have a session in generative AI and how can this transform government operations by Dr. Said.
This meeting is being recorded.
And I hope you will enjoy the break. You need to come back after 30 minutes.
يلا نبدأ عادي لحد ما حسين يجي. لقيتي جوه الميتنج ايه؟ في الانفيتيشن هو كان فاتح؟ اه
Hello again. Can we sit in groups, please? Same like yesterday. Now we will work in how to prepare for your presentation. You need to be sitting as a group. My colleague Muhammad will assist you to find your yesterday business model. This is the first part of how to prepare for your presentation, because at the end of the day, we will have a demo pitching for our idea. In the first part, we will work together in identifying your solution and how to prepare for the presentation. In the second part, we will finalize your presentation to be pitched in the end of the day.
Hi again.
We will divide our session for pitching for two parts. We will start now with the first part, and after the two speakers, the second part will be your role. You will come to the stage and give the presentation for your idea. I will help you with the template. I don't know, I think all of you have a PC or laptop, yes? Every team have a laptop. So we will go through a quick template that can help you to prepare your pitch. Now we will work on the pitch. After the two speakers, I will give you another half an hour to complete your pitch deck, and after that, each team will give a quick presentation about his idea. We have a very simple template. Start with the pitch deck. Pitch deck, write your company name and the summary about the company. In the first slide, you need to write your company name and a summary about your company. In the second slide, you need to write the problem statement. If you are interested to solve many problems, you can list them, but in our presentation, we will speak about one problem. So please give a strike overview about the problem, explain it briefly, elaborate on how this negative impact on people, on their experience, frame the problem effectively as it will set the stage of your entrance pitch. So select the problem, write the impact of this problem on the customers, and frame it in a nice way. The solution, after stating the problem, you speak about your solution. You need to give a striking overview about the solution and explain it briefly. Communicate big value, convincing, and be truly straightforward. What is the right value for your solution? Be very clear so you can smoothly jump next to introduce your product. So through the solution, you need to explain the product or the service you are providing. If your service is a mobile app or a prototype or something like this, explain the product. Is it a service or a product? So introduce your company product or service, the ultimate solution to this problem. Give some history about this solution. Speak about why you select this solution, how you start this product or service, and the phases you are working on. I'm simulating what will happen in the first week of October. I know most of you come with the idea today, but in the final presentation, you need to give some history about how you select the idea, how you work on it, and a timeline for this. Business model canvas. Yesterday, we give you some paper about the business model canvas, speak about the 9 elements of the canvas. You have some sticky notes, you did some exercise. You need to complete this also in the presentation. You need to download a template for the business canvas and complete the parts about the value, the customer segment, the channel, the customer relation, the revenue streams, and the other part which speak about key resources, key activities, key partners, and cost structure. Business model canvas is very important to be presented and give opportunity for judging committee to understand well the effort you put on your project. So please put good effort in preparing the business model canvas. Timing, why this solution is important now, the urgency of having this solution today, and how it will save money or time or cost. So it is important to connect your solution with the time of providing this solution. the target market. This is also part from the business canvas, but give more information about this market, the size of the market, some numbers about, we speak about how much, thousands, millions, billions, how much money you expect to generate as a revenue from this solution. So we need some numbers for the market. Direct competitors, and I told you many times before, when you are doing your solution, you have to look for other competitors, other solution in the market. So please try to identify some competitors and give comparison between their solution and your solution. Your competitive advantage after the comparison, why your product or your solution is better than others, competitor approach, and revenue models. All of this data included in the business canvas model, but you give more information through these slides. And don't forget to include your team. As we spoke in the morning, team is very important, and there should be a diversity between the team members, what the value of each member in the team brings to the table. So please include your team and write a small paragraph about each person in the team. If you have a future map of a future roadmap, if this is the first version of your solution or the first edition from your product, what the next steps, whatever company produce a product, there is a roadmap to produce another version and more advanced solution. So if you have a roadmap for the solution, please include it. Okay. This is a quick template you can follow to prepare your presentation. So you can start now working in your presentations. Start with the business canvas model, complete all parts, and please start, if you need to share this template to fill it and make it easy for you. Fahmi, can we share the template with all attendees? Yes, okay. Yani you can make a QR code and they download it, okay?
You can scan the QR code here for to download the template. Okay. Please everyone scan the QR code to download the template. Okay.
السلام عليكم.
Hello. I think we finished the first part of working in pitch deck. Now, our next session will be dive into how the generative AI can revolutionize the government operation. We are pleased to have Dr. Saeed Al-Zahri, Director Center of Future Studies at the University of Dubai. Dr. Said, he will join us virtually. Dr. Said, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Muhammad.
Thank you, Dr. Said, for being with us today. And the floor with you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be with you through this webinar or Zoom meeting. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to Dubai. I was supposed to be there to deliver this presentation in person, but it was my mistake for the misunderstanding, thinking of the event supposed to be on Thursday, while it is today, the 20th of August. So, but Muhammad reminded me, and I told him that it's going to be difficult for me to come to Dubai now to deliver this presentation. But thanks God that we have a technology now that we can do these meetings, through Zoom or Teams or virtual. And this is also environmental friendly for the environment. So let me start upload my presentation. Can you see the screen? Muhammad, can you see the screen? Okay, let me know as the screen shows.
Yes, yes, the screen is
Okay, great. So I'm going to take the next probably half an hour to 40 minutes to talk about how generative AI can be used in government operation, how generative AI can actually transform government operations. And I hope probably with all the participants who are participating today in the UAE IoT and AI challenge can get some of the ideas from this presentation and maybe building, going through the challenge with implementing or developing some of the things which, I will highlight and I will address in my presentation. So we all hear about the transformative and the potential impact of generative AI, across either the government, the impact on society, the impact on the economy. And for the last 2 years, since, ChatGPT has came up in November of 2022, the whole world has shifted from talking about AI to generative AI, the new revolution, which many sees that it's going to change, how we work, how we conduct our business. It's going to have a huge impact in our society as well. So if you look into the media, McKinsey is calling it the next productivity frontier. Accenture is calling for reinvention in the age of generative AI. Why Deloitte is addressing the generative AI transforming government, how government can be transformed using generative AI. The UNDP program is highlighting how generative AI is going to be a revolution in terms of the workforce development and the use of these tools in the workplace. While the World Economic Forum is calling it a game changer that the society and industry will need to be ready for. So we see, so we ask a question, is this really a hype or a revolution? Is what we see today and the huge development and the fast development that is happening in this space, is it really a hype? And like maybe some scientists and some researchers expect that this is a bubble and it's going to explode, anytime soon, or is it really a revolution? And I think when we go through this presentation, we'll see how we can at least benefit from this, generative AI in our workplace, and how we do things, and how we today team and partner with AI. So so we need to cut through the hype, and we need to address the elephant in the room problem. What are the problems that we are trying to solve? I think it's important to take it from this perspective rather than to say that AI is a solution to any problem, but we need to think of the problem and frame the problem in a right way, and then look at this technology, whether it's a right technology to solve the problem that we have, or maybe we can use traditional technologies to solve the problem. What value are we trying to create? And this is important because we are going to invest in implementing these solutions. So is the investment the right investment to use AI to address the problem that we're trying to solve? And what value we're creating by implementing this AI solution? Can the problem be solved with the traditional technologies? Is your investment in AI justified? So we need really to focus more on framing the problem, before we jumping and we say that we are going to use AI. We understand the hype around AI and generative AI, but we should be always looking from the right technology to solve the problem that we want to address. And we're saying that problem framing today is lost in the buzz around AI promise. We don't put much time and effort to frame the problem correctly and then think of the proper technology to be able to solve or to address this problem. Rather than we jump immediately to generative AI and we say we are going to use generative AI. And we need to understand that AI or generative AI is not a silver bullet. This is not a solution to any problem. It has some challenges. It has a lot of considerations that we need, to rethink, or we need to understand before we implement this technology. And then there is, I'm highlighting here an interview with Sam Altman. This was in April with a 20 VC. He was interviewed, and he said, this is the creator of ChatGPT, OpenAI. Okay, that the company has brought ChatGPT in existence in November 2022. And he said it nicely. I think right now expectations are extremely high. Reality is still pretty bad. Okay. Honestly, these models are not that good. And he's saying that these models are not that good. I think very quickly expectations will start to come down. So if we are going really to utilize this technology, we need, in transforming, government operations, or in business, or in the workplace, we need to think, about, is this technology is really ready, that can be used? What are the consequences? What are the risks? What are the ethical implications for using this technology to solve the problem? And we need to think about these questions and formulate a strategy. I'm not trying to say that generative AI is not a revolution. It is going to transform a lot of industry. However, the technology is developing so fast. Every day we hear something new, and we are in the states of FOMO, the fear of missing out. So we see so many things happening, and I call it, we are in the state of FOBO, fear of being obsolete, right? We are in this state of fear of being obsolete. So we need to think creatively, and we think about the implications when we are going to use generative AI in the workplace. But if we look into the economic benefits of generative AI, and we look into the industry and the expectations, and we see what the big tech, how they are praising this technology, there is a big potential for it. The president of the World Economic Forum saying that the potential to increase global productivity by up to 30% in the next decades. So generative AI has a potential to increase the productivity, global productivity by 30%. And that is a lot when you think about, in the last decade or in the last few decades, the productivity of the human being using the technology, it was not to exceed 1% to 1.5%, for the whole decade. And now we're saying that, generative AI, like McKinsey has predicted and estimated that it could enable the labor productivity growth between 0.1 to 0.6% annually until 2040. So imagine you have an annual increase in the productivity by 0.6, from 0.1 to 0.6. So in the decade, we can reach up to 3% or maybe more than 3% of productivity, increase. BCG have conducted a study actually with Harvard, and it is a very famous study that, many reference this study, where they found that knowledge workers gained around 40% performance boost from using GPT-4. They have done a study comparing consultants from BCG who have used GPT-4 against consultants who have not used who have not used ChatGPT or GPT-4, and they have found that those who have used the GPT-4, their productivity or it has increased their performance by up to 40%, and that's a lot when you think about how much time can be saved by using these tools. And we see there is different use cases for generative AI, whether it's about generating content, summarizing content, writing code. Now you can ask these tools to write code, for you, to the point that many very well-known people saying that maybe in the next few years we will not need programmers or software developers, which I think we are going to still need, programmers and software developers, but the role of the programmer and the software developer is going to change. Generative AI or these coders, what you call them, ChatGPT and the rest, or the co-pilot, is going to partner with the software developer to bring and to develop better code. So there are many use cases, for these tools. And now every day you hear about a new tool is coming out. Now we have GPT-4o and OpenAI. They have so many things coming in the future. We have Gemini from Google, Gemini Pro. We have Claude 3.5, from Anthropic. You have Copilot from Microsoft, Llama 3.1 from Meta. And then we have, different also models from the Technical Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi, the Falcon model series. We have the JACE, the first Arabic natural language processing LLM from Mohammed bin Zayed University, and from the technical Inception AI Inception company, which is a subsidiary of G42. And we have other tools that we see, that will help also in terms of producing, pictures and videos. Sora from OpenAI, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, and the latest one, which is Flux from Black Forest. So these tools are really enhancing our work and helping us to do our work much more effectively. If we look into the statistics, IDC is predicting that 62% of governments around the world say they would use AI in customer service and support in the next 12 months. This is the IDC prediction on December 2023. They're expecting around 62% of governments will be using generative AI in customer service and helping them to deal with customer interaction, either through chatbots or through different generative AI tools for engaging with the citizens. Whereas the Work Trends Index that is published this year between Microsoft and LinkedIn report saying that 75% of workers now use AI at work. It's about 3/4 of the workers are using AI at work, claiming that the technology saves them time, boosts creativity, and allows them to focus on their most important work. And I bet maybe each one of you, all of us now are using these tools in a way or another to help us do our work better. To the fact that we have a trend now, call it bring your own AI. You remember a couple of years back, there was a trend, bring your own device to work. Now there is a trend, we call it bring your own AI. So you are familiar with different AI tools and you can use them, to enhance you and to help you do your work better. If we look into the potential of generative AI, in government, I think that generative AI has a great potential towards moving our governments to be intelligent governments. One, in terms of better citizen engagement and experience, we can now use generative AI to personalize services using chatbot interactions with citizens and customers. We use generative AI tools for sentiment analysis to understand how customers are feeling about the services that we provide to them, and in an engaging experience. We, in a much more natural way, these tools are helping customers to seamlessly engage and interact with the government. Another area is using these tools internally, for the enterprise, and it has a potential to enhance the efficiency and the productivity of the staff working in the organization. And this is really trying to push, the concept of responsive government. When you are more efficient and when you are highly productive in your work, you try to attain and you try to respond to your customer in a much agile and in a much faster way, using enterprise search. Okay, we see now these tools are really changing how we are searching for information, in the knowledge databases that we have in our work. In terms of content generation, we can generate content, either emails, letters, training material, for example. You can, ask these tools to help in terms of policy review and formulation, and also to get, design inspiration by using these graphical tools that you can use from text to image, or from image to text. It can help us brainstorm, and it can help us in the ideation process to be much more creative. But the most important thing is for the human being to be creative enough to utilize these tools effectively. It's also helping us in making better decisions through fostering data-driven decision making. Now you can use ChatGPT or GPT-4 to analyze data for you, to analyze a huge amount of data for you and give you insight directly from this data. So it helps in fostering data-driven decision making. Of course, in enhancing cybersecurity, we've seen these tools, they play a big role in terms of improving and enhancing cybersecurity, in terms of detecting fraudulent activities, anomalies and abnormalities, you know, in the network and so forth. Customized conversational chatbots, whether we use them internally for the organization to help us interact with these chatbots through a natural way and get the information or the services that we need to conduct, or we use them with our customer-facing chatbots when it comes to deploying these chatbots for customer interaction. And they can provide a tailored answers, you know, and the right way to get the information in a much quicker and faster way. But if we look now into the adoption of generative AI in the public sector, and this is my own analysis and my own view, there is a still limited adoption, okay, as the government is trying to figure out how to, first of all, understand this technology and how, you know, to be able to use it, you know, in the government operation. Yes, there are some use cases, but these use cases are still very limited. We are still in a trial and experimentation phase. Many government organizations and many governments around the world are still in the trial and experimentation phase. Okay, most use cases focus internally on employee productivity, is that we use, for example, ChatGPT internally in the organization to help, you know, the employees to be more productive. And slowly we see customer-facing services as we try to, you know, understand and learn from these experiments from these trials, so we can bring this technology to our customers. And I will show here, you know, some of the use cases from different governments where we are at the moment in terms of government adoptions of generative AI tools. There are still LLMs are improving. We see every day new features coming, but to the point that we are now probably at a point of reaching a plateau. You see that the difference, for example, in GPT-4 compared to GPT-3, right? There was a bit, maybe a huge difference. But now people are expecting probably GPT-5. How much different or how much better it's going to be compared to GPT-4? Many think that we are reaching a plateau because, you know, we training these large language models on a vast amount of data, but the improvement that we see, it's almost we are reaching a plateau when it comes to the performance improvement. We still don't know now how ChatGPT 5 probably, if ever comes this year or maybe during next year, how much better or how better it's going to be compared to GPT-4. But we see some signs from Sam Altman and from the industry expert saying that there will be some improvement. There are some tools now they are trying to deploy, like Strawberry, for example, for reasoning, for these models to have a better reasoning capability and so forth. But we still have also challenges of integrating these tools and deploying these tools in a secure and a private way within the enterprise. So we think about privacy and security when it comes to enterprise adoption. Not only that, but also there are inherent, you know, challenges when it comes to large language models, which is the misinformation, the hallucinations. These models hallucinate. And until now, and this hallucination can be from as low as 3% to as much as 27%, depends on the model and depends on how we prompt these models. So, you know, when it comes to the government adoptions, we need really to address this issue. Do we want to provide a service that will provide misinformation to the public or to the people who will be using this service? How we can overcome the hallucination problem, and there are solutions which I will, highlight during my presentation. So, and finally, I'm saying that UAE public sector is leading with early use cases. Yes, we have developed, a few use cases that I will highlight where we see that, our leadership is really, visionary when it comes to the adoption of latest technologies, and we started to look at how we can use these tools, to improve customer engagement, citizen engagement, and there are some good use cases that came out of the UAE. But what I mean here is that we are still in the beginning of this revolution, if we want to call it really a revolution. And there are a lot of developments and happening in this field at the moment. And every day we see new models, a new improvement that comes, to these models. And this will help in the future probably, to see how this technology is better suited if we ever solve the challenges associated with large language models and with natural language processing when it comes to the hallucination. It's going to be really a great tools or technology that will improve things and will bring trust and also confidence in using these tools in the workplace. If we look into the adoption by the government, UAE has launched several generative AI guidelines, from the 100 practical applications and use cases of generative AI to AI ethical guidelines and the principles, to the more recent UAE charter for generative AI, and the Dubai Center for AI has established 2 work streams to look into how to adopt generative AI in government service, and another stream is how to adopt generative AI in media and communications. And then we see also that we have Dubai.ai, which is a personal digital assistant. As I will show, this development by the Dubai Digital Authority. They have developed a personal concierge, let's call it a personal concierge, a city concierge, for the city of Dubai, which you can go and ask for any specific questions, and it will give you an answer. Germany, the city of Heidelberg in Germany launched the Lumi chatbot that is designed to answer questions from residents and provide customized services. The UK government, they have launched a comprehensive generative AI framework that is can be used as a reference or as a framework when the government departments are developing and deploying generative AI tools. Singapore also have chose to the GovTech authority in Singapore established 2 sandboxes for agency. A sandbox environment is a testing environment where you can test the technology before you deploy it to the public. So you build the application, you test the technology, you play with it, and you learn from the testing of how to deploy this technology safely and in a trusted manner, for the public. So they have established 2 sandboxes for agencies and business to develop and test generative AI applications. But we need to highlight the risks that comes with these tools, and these risks covers, first of all, are these tools safe? Do they generate really harmful content, as we often see from interacting with large language models, that these tools sometimes they can generate harmful content. And if you know how to break the guardrails, the safety guardrails for these tools, you can direct them to say anything. Just recently, OpenAI actually is trying the voice capability with the GPT-4, and at some point the that GPT-4 has yelled and has shouted in a voice in a way that could be offending. So we need to be careful when utilizing these generative AI models, and we need to implement the right safeguards to really make them safe and make them secure. The second point is the bias that is inherited in the data itself. If you train these models with a biased data, your outcome is going to be biased. And this bias could reveal itself in many ways. Could be a bias against sex, males versus females, against origin, against race. So data bias is something that is important to look at when it comes to training these models and making sure that your data is diverse, your data is of a good quality, it's diversified, it has different variations, when it comes, to the use cases, so you don't end up, with a biased data. Misinformation and faking things, the hallucinations, which I have talked about, is another inherent problem that until now we have not found really a solution that fully mitigate the hallucination and misinformation. And I bring here two use cases, that happened, last year and this year. One is from Air Canada. Air Canada, they have deployed a chatbot on their website, and a customer has booked a ticket through the chatbot, okay, and interacted with the chatbot, and it told him something, and he wanted to return the ticket which he has booked, but Air Canada refused to pay him back, and he has taken it to the court. And it shows what the story here is, that the information that shows in the website is different from what the chatbot has told the customer. And the judge has instructed Air Canada to pay back the customer for the price of the ticket. I think it was around $700 US, because, it is not my problem that, your chatbot has told me something and the information on your website is something else. Okay, and this is where the hallucination comes. If you are going to deploy chatbots for customers, we want to make sure that those chatbots does not hallucinate and does not provide misinformation. Otherwise, you are eligible, and you are responsible and accountable for this chatbot interaction. No matter, even if you said in the website, the right information, but the chatbot has given a different or a misinformation or hallucinated, you are still eligible and responsible and accountable for this misinformation. Another case is from, a chatbot which New York City has developed for the people at New York City, called, New York City My City chatbot, where people can interact with this chatbot to ask about businesses, about legal questions, when it comes to forming businesses. And this chatbot started to give wrong answers to the people, to the point that this has raised the question, to all the way to the mayor of New York, and it has attracted, attention of many people, about the misinformation that this chatbot gives. So again, this shows that when it comes to customers, we need to be a bit careful, and we need to make sure that whatever service that we provide is really a reliable service, is a trusted service, so customers can trust and can conduct and can utilize these services. Otherwise, we are losing trust, for customers, if they find out that these chatbots are hallucinating and giving them, wrong information, it's again, it touches the reputation of the organization. And of course, it's not good that you provide a service to a customer where you deceive, or these, you know, chatbots deceive the customers and give them wrong information. Another issue is the lack of transparency. We still don't know how these language models operate and work, and we're still trying to figure out, you know, how these models work. So the lack of transparency is an issue. The privacy and data protection when you interact, and if you are going to deploy these models within the organizations, you need to be a bit careful about the sensitive information that probably you might use, you know, during your sessions or prompting with these with these models. And you should be careful about what things you can do and what are the things that you cannot do. And this again, you know, we need a generative AI policies within the organizations that shows the staff of how to use these large language models in a more ethical and also in a more safe way, not to jeopardize leaking out some sensitive information from the organization. Another issue is about the intellectual property and copyright infringement. We see now a lot of problems in the industry, a lot of court cases where people went to the court claiming that, you know, these companies, the big tech companies, have trained their large language models on people's data without their consent. You know, for example, you know, your book, you published a book and you find out that, you know, an X company has trained the large language model to answer questions from your book, right? While you have, you know, you are the sole owner of the protection of the copyright protection, but these companies went and they trained those large language models without getting consent from the people. And we see now so many you know, court cases, you know, all over the world happening about this copyright infringement and intellectual property. So, you know, I think the issue or the subject of AI ethics is becoming more and more important now when we deal with generative AI, and you need to take this in advance from the design, you know, perspective about, you know, the ethical use of the data. Is the data that you will be training the AI model, have you got consent from the people? Is the data is unbiased? So you need to think about the different ethical issues when it comes to training, you know, AI models and the data that you use, how the data is collected. Now, if you see the new AI Act from the European Union, it asks for the big tech to be transparent about how their models have been trained and what training data they have used, you know, to train their models. And they can be fined big fines up to maybe 30% of their revenue. It can reach up to 30% of their revenue. And we started seeing that actually this AI Act has already been endorsed, and it came into effect as of beginning of August this year. And we slowly going probably to see, you know, some implications, you know, like the GDPR, for example. When the GDPR came few years back, and we saw, you know, that companies, not just only in Europe, but also outside Europe, they have to, if they are providing services within the European Union, they have to comply with the GDPR. And now the big tech, you know, they have to comply with the AI Act. Some, they think of it as the regulation, you know, stifle or stifle innovation. And some saying that, no, I think we need regulations because we need to put accountability and responsibility for how these firms are operating and how these firms are developing the technology. They should be developing this technology in a more ethical and responsible manner. Another point is the security. We need to think about how, when we develop these technologies and we bring them into the workplace, we need to make sure that they are robust, they are secure. And one of the issues is that prompt injections attack is that, it's easy that a user can inject, through the prompt that he's interacting with the large language model, can inject something where he can derail the large language model or the generative AI model to do something else. And we need to worry about the cybersecurity and how to make these models safe, through proper guardrails. This is here we look into the ethical and responsible AI in the UAE. Like I have said, the country has developed guidelines and the frameworks, for the adoption and development of AI, one of which is the AI ethics principles and guidelines, which were launched by the AI office in December 2022. And the most recent one is the UAE Charter for the Development and Use of Artificial Intelligence, which was released last month. And these principles and guidelines and the charter, they talk about fairness, like I said, accountability, transparency, explainable, that we need to make sure that AI can be explainable. And this is something not really easy. We need to understand, because we deal with AI as a black box, because it's a deep learning algorithm built on neural networks, and we don't know how this model brings the outcome or brings the answer. So now we demand that AI be explainable, and there are tools that now we can use at least to give us some kind of assurance of comfort to understand how the AI reached into the answer. Robustness, safety, and security. It should be human-centered, that it should be built around human values, human principles. It should be sustainable and environment-friendly. And we know now how much power and water that these large language models consume, for training and for inference. So how we can build sustainable models, I think this is an area now of growing importance that we need to tackle because of the sustainability and environmental concerns. Privacy is another thing. So both the AI ethics and the UAE charters are addressing these important ethical principles for developers. For those who are going to develop the technology, they should be developing it in an ethical way. But at the same time, these are just only guidelines. That means they are not enforceable through a regulation. That's why I think we need somehow to go to the next step of providing regulations that will put, that at the same time does not stifle innovation, but at the same time can be balanced to put some right controls and accountability on the developers to develop an ethical and trusted technology. Otherwise, we will still seeing, many problems and a lot of mishaps coming, in the future. These are some of the use cases where UAE have been using. Like I said, we are probably leading in the use of AI. DIWA has been used ChatGPT in the service Rammas since 2023. Tedra, they have developed, used ChatGPT to suggest domain names, and I will show you this. The UAE government launched AI-powered chatbot platform for the UAsk, the UAE government main portal. Now you can chat with the portal, the U.AE, through the UAsk. Dubai has launched Dubai AI, the Dubai concierge, and we see that Abu Dhabi is coming now, TAM, also to implement generative AI and TAM platform, the city platform, where you interact with the services that are provided through TAM. This is the service, the name address idea of the TDRA, and I happen to inquire. I just asked it. I provide generative AI training, so it suggests for me different domain names where I can register or which I can register. And these domain names are available. Okay, generativeaitraining.ae, smartgenerativeai.ae. So it's the idea here is that it's called name ideas. You want to open a business and you are thinking of a domain name. You give it a description of the activity that you want to do, and it will suggest to you what domain names that are available, and you can go ahead and register. And this was really interesting, just to show, you know, just to show how generative AI, you know, can assist us and help us in doing this. This is the chat with the UAE government website, which has won the Gartner Eye on Innovation Award for the government in 2023. So here I was chatting with the UASC, and I'm talking about the regulations. What regulations and guidelines the UAE government have issued for generative AI? And it gave me the answer. And this is what we call enterprise search. Now we see that the AI-enabled search is going to play an important role in the future. Imagine the search engine which we used to do before with Google, the Google search. Now you can ask a question and get the answer. And we have seen it through AI overview from Google, and now OpenAI. They have come with GPT search, and it's been in trial. But also we have seen a lot of misinformation and hallucination with the search. So you are searching for something, it gives you an answer, and you need to verify and validate whether the answer you got is right or not right. So we see a lot of development happening in the enterprise search, and there are technologies which I will maybe just briefly highlight during the presentation, how we can mitigate the hallucination problem when it comes to search. We have tried AI overview, and it has said many bad things when people are searching for information and giving them wrong information. Again, GPT search, which was released just a week ago, I've seen some reviews about it. It's better than AI overview, but still has not solved the hallucination problem. This is the Dubai AI City Concierge, you know, which has developed by Dubai Digital Authority and the Dubai Center for AI. And here I asked the Dubai AI, I have an AI startup company. Which startup hub you recommend to me to host my company? And it gave me some suggestions where I can host my startup company in Dubai. These are the different suggestions: the Dubai Silicon Oasis, Dubai Internet City, Dubai Knowledge Park, Dubai Future Accelerator, and many others. So these are really nice chatbot interactions that we can do, but again and again, we have to worry about the information that it is provided, even though maybe it is trained on a specific knowledge, but there is no guarantee that these chatbots will not hallucinate. And like I said, the hallucination varies between 3% and 27%, depends on the model you are using, depends on the prompt that you are using. And you as a human, you need to have your judgment on the quality of the output that you get, and you need to verify if you are getting something, you need to verify whether it's right or wrong. But in this case, for example, I have verified these sources and they are really true sources. These are different hubs that are available in Dubai where I can host my startup companies. When it comes to the development and research, you know, UAE is really becoming a global hub from the different models that were developed by the Technical Innovation Institute, the Falcon series, 70 billion parameter, 180 billion parameter, and now we have the new generation of Falcon, we call it Falcon 2, 11 billion parameter, and the new one, which was just released last week, Falcon Mamba, a small language model, the 7 billion parameter. These are all open source models developed by the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. JACE was the first Arabic based large language model that was developed between Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI and the Core 42 or the Inception Institute, which is a subsidiary of G42. And we have now many models for JACE. These are small language models, the 1.3 billion, the 2.7, the 6.7, and then we're going to large language model, which they have recently announced, the JACE 70 billion parameter, which were developed by these institutes. MID42 is another based large language model for medicine, which Core 42 has developed to, or M42 have developed to be commercialized for medical use. It answers questions, you know, in medicine and maybe can be commercialized for the healthcare sector. So you see that UAE is really leading when it comes to the development of large language models. Of course, we don't compare, the government with the private sector, such as the big tech, the Google, the Meta, the OpenAI, but nevertheless that, I mean, these research centers coming from the UAE and having positioning UAE as a global hub for AI research, the Mohammed bin Zayed University have founded an institute for foundation models. And, people can those who study in Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI for masters and PhD, they receive a full scholarship if they are qualified, from the university, and they can be specialized in foundation models. So we see that not just only we are users, but we try to become developer of this technology in the UAE. These are some examples from the Singapore. I will not take more time, but Singapore actually have taken a bit a more cautious approach. And I like the approach because again and again, they're stressing the fact that when they develop a service for the public sector, they want to make sure that it is trusted, it is reliable, and they have a sandbox, the sandboxes which I have talked about earlier, to test and deploy the technology in a much more cautious way to make sure that these can be implemented in a right way. So they have a pair chat. This is for the government staff. It's a privately hosted language model within the Singapore cloud, and it has more than 11,000 users who are using pair chat. It is based on the Google, one of the Google models that they have, large language, Google natural language processing model that the service is based on. Another service is the Search Singapore. It's a smart answer feature, AI generated response. Similar to the AI overview of Google and to GPT search, Singapore, they have implemented their own search. They call it Search Singapore, which again tries to minimize and mitigate the hallucination problem. And they have built actually a platform to develop large language models for the to develop language models or chatbots for the government called Vika. Okay, Vika is a platform, is a government platform that uses artificial intelligence and natural language processing to power public-facing chatbots. So they have their own, they have developed their own platform that other government entities can develop and deploy chatbots through. Another responsible approach comes from the UK government and their development of the UK gov.uk chat, which I really liked, and this shows how the government is really looking into developing a technology in a much responsible and ethical manner. Where when they test it, this is the phased approach that they have adopted. Okay, build and evaluate the quality of the system, design and build the custom interface and test it internally, and then test it, with some users, and then scale it up a little bit to more users until eventually they allow everyone to use it. And what they have found from this chat, the bot that they have developed, less than 65% of users were satisfied with the experience. So this is not too much. I mean, considering less than 65%, and still the answer did not reach the highest level of accuracy. there is still some hallucination, there is still some misinformation that did not reach the highest level of accuracy demanded for a site such as gov.uk, where factual accuracy is crucial. Because when you want to provide information to citizens and public, you want to make sure that that information is right. And if your chatbot still hallucinate, then you still have a problem, and you never know when it's going to hallucinate. It might work fine the first time, second time, maybe third time, but like I said, the hallucination error varies from one model to the other, and again, it depends also on the prompt that the user is writing. So phrasing clear questions is important for accuracy. And this is really important, shows that government are still experimenting and piloting these chatbots, but the most worrying thing is the hallucination problem. And here I'm talking about the need for a responsible generative AI governance. I think this becomes, a strategic imperative. Establishing and implementing a code of AI ethics is important. Like I said, we have ethics guidelines and frameworks, but we need to make sure that we operationalize those ethics and frameworks through, by enforcement and compliance checks within the developer community, those who develop the technology, and also for the users community. We need to develop and implement a responsible use policy that will show how to use this technology ethically and responsibly. So we are addressing the fairness, the privacy, the transparency, and accountability, and establishing an oversight and a governance framework, how we can govern AI deployment in a more ethical and responsible manner. Establishing a responsible culture, I think this becomes important. We need to create awareness and to inform and to educate the people about generative AI. Many people, they don't trust the technology, and actually there was a recent survey, when they showed people that this service is using AI. Are you happy with it? Most of the users who felt that they are not happy when they saw the word AI in the service, because still there is a lack of trust in deploying and developing and deploying these technologies in a much trusted manner. And I think it becomes important to gain society trust. We call it the social acceptance, how people in society will accept these technologies. We need to worry. So we need to train and educate the people about the risks of the technology, about how this technology functions, so we become much more aware about the ethics and the risks of these technologies. And we need to conduct regular audits and compliance. Okay, we need to not just only develop the models and leave them to work there. We need to constantly review and validate the outcome of these models, just to make sure that they function in a proper way, because after a while there is something called model drift. These models, they tend to drift with the use, and we need to constantly make sure that we audit them regularly to make sure that that these models produce accurate results. And that's why I'm saying that the responsible use policy is really important, and I've been promoting this for a long time, that government organizations here in the UAE or anywhere else, they need to develop and establish a responsible use policy for the use of this technology if they are going to allow the staff within organization to use the technology. This is, I think, my last slide, and I'm sorry I took too much of your time, but I will try to conclude with the new trends, what we are seeing coming in the future in terms of generative AI. I have spoken about the AI-enabled search, okay, enterprise search, that similar to Perplexity and AI Overview, we see now that enterprises with such vast amount of knowledge that they have, they will be using probably AI to search, to have to be much more efficient when it comes to searching for for information within the enterprise network. So this is one area where we see that and this is going to be this is going to help actually the staff within the organization to accomplish their things faster if they can search and find the right piece of information in such a quick way, and to have it reliable and at the same time accurate. I think this is one area where we see a lot of development happening. We see now a shift from the large language models, the huge, we call them frontier models, such as GPT-4, such as Gemini, and those of the big tech. Those are frontier models which are built, we call them large language models because of the number of parameters, more than 10 billion parameters. We can safely say that it's a large language models. But we can see now a shift in going into a private small language models, something like Mistral, the 7 billion parameter, Llama 3.1, 8 billion parameter, Microsoft Phi, which again, small language models, Google, Gemma, and Jace, the small language model. So we can see these are lightweight and efficient when it comes to the compute power, easily to be trained if you are going to train them. So they are model specific. They are built to do something particular. So example, you're building a chatbot or a model for HR or to train it on your government data. So you can customize and build a small language model or adopt any of the open source. These are all open source small language models that can be trained on your government data to be much more, to be more accurate. But also we see now platforms available which utilizes techniques such as retrieval augmented generation, they call it RAG, and knowledge graph to train, not just only to train, but when you ask through a prompt to go and search for the information, you implement RAG in the retrieval and generation to make sure and to find that piece of information from your database and to generate the answer. So here you're trying to tell the large language model that go and search for this information from my knowledge database, find the answer, and generate the answer. So these RAG techniques and knowledge graphs are new techniques, not new, but they are techniques that the tech developers are trying to use to minimize and mitigate the hallucination. So I ask you guys, if you are going to deploy or to develop anything within the UAE challenge, AI and IoT challenge, to look into how you can use RAG and knowledge graph to make sure that you get the right answer at the end, to minimize and mitigate the hallucination problem. There are some platforms here, Gather, New 4G, which using knowledge graph. Victara is being, one of the leading companies in the market, and when it comes to trusted generative AI platforms for builders, they are using the RAG as a service, RAG augmented generation as a service. So this is important when it comes to how we try to solve or address the hallucination problem through RAG and knowledge graph. AI agents is another area where we call it agentic workflows. You try to automate the process by implementing a workflow, and here you look for more into reasoning, into planning. So it's not just you prompt the AI model and you get the answer, but that answer can go into somewhere else, or either calling an external application to do something, or putting it into a process through agentic workflow. So we see an increasing adoption or increasing development happening now in the AI agent. Their ability to plan, reason and reflect, access other apps, and execute tasks to solve a problem or accomplish a goal. And we call them agentic workflow. This is going to enhance task automation when it comes to automating tasks, will give you a better performance because of their ability to reason and reflect and to think about the answer before giving the answer, and to critically analyze the answer. And of course, it's going to enhance the quality of their response. The last trend which we seeing happening is the explainable AI, as I have mentioned earlier, that focus on developing techniques to explain AI decision-making process, to give us at least some kind of trust or transparency into how that black box has reached into an answer. So these are some of the new trends, and I think which will open opportunities for governments, to implement private small language models that are private, that are secure, that probably much more efficient when it comes to the compute and training, and also to reduce the hallucination and misinformation through RAG and knowledge graph. And with this, I think I'm going to stop here. If you have any questions before we exit this session, I'll be more than happy to answer.
We have some questions from the attendees.
Hello. I'm
Yes.
currently a high school student, so you can already make out that my worries and interests are about the future career. So, like, I do understand that AI is like a tool, right? So
Yes.
you do still need a human being present. But
Right.
we all could agree that in the future, the AI could be the job itself. So it doesn't need a human all the time. So, given your keen knowledge on AI and also government regulations, could you tell me, can we expect any regulations or like a policy on protecting the workforce from being displaced by AI?
Good question. Thank you for asking the question. I think this is important. Yes, this is one of the challenges that governments are trying to address, which is the disrupting nature of generative AI on the workforce. Expecting, and we read the World Economic Forum Future of Job reports saying that millions of people will be displaced, because of the impact of AI. And I think here the governments around the world need, are really looking into policies, one of which is how to train the workforce to be AI ready, and for the workforce to understand, at least, with the necessary skills, that they can, continue working in the government and reduce this displacing impact of the technology on the workforce. This is one thing. Another measures which governments are trying also to come up with policies to for the labor market, at least to have a stable labor market through creating safety nets. There have been experiments about universal basic income, that people will be displaced and then government will need to spend money on them. But I don't think that those measures are the right measures. I think we need to prepare people for this disruptions. We need, lifelong learning is becoming important. Government policy for skilling, for upskilling and reskilling is becoming important, to reskill and upskill the workforce for the future. For the future of AI, and for the disrupting nature which automation brings and AI brings in the future, and of course the other social measures which governments can put in terms of policy, just to try to reduce the impact of job displacement due to automation and technology. So yes, I think this is a big challenge that are facing governments, and I'm from my understanding that some governments are coming up with these policies to make sure that this displacement does not impact or affect a huge number of the population. Otherwise, people will be idle and not working, and this will create a problem. I hope this answers your question. Any more questions?
Yeah. Any more questions? I think, yeah, we have another question, Doctor.
I cannot
thank
hear.
you,
Can you,
Doctor.
yes, can you raise your voice, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Said. This is Sarah from Khalifa University. So as I guide my students and also my brother just finished high school, so what do you think are the majors that will be relevant to the future? We know maybe computer science, AI are hot right now,
Yes.
but also what other majors?
Good
Or
question. Thank
someone
you.
is
Thank you.
going to a field that is not traditionally thought of as technological, like maybe history, Arabic language, philosophy. How can they integrate these fields to the future?
Yes. Thank you, Sarah. I think this is really an important question. And okay, what are the majors that should be? We should at least try to guide our children and our students to the future. I think all majors are important. Yes, there are probably technology majors are becoming more and more important, whether it's AI and other emerging technologies. But I think here we need to look also at the things that are happening. Okay, this revolution is bringing along with it many other issues. Okay, social interaction is becoming important as we tend, to utilize the technology and to depend on the technology and in our daily life. Then the aspect of social care and the aspect of social interaction is becoming important. We see now there is a growing importance for psychology, for those majors which touches the human soul, the human being, as we start to utilize and depend on the technology on our daily life and everything. We become more isolated. We started to see a lot of problems, social problems, mental health issues, among the population. So instead of saying, yes, go for computer science, go for, engineering, and go for these technology majors, yes, they are important. But I think also as much as important is other disciplines. But I think here, what we need to focus more on the skills. What are the skills that will give us in the future a resilient, let's say a resilient graduate? And what I mean by a resilient graduate, a graduate who can, finish university and go to work anywhere, with, creativity and critical, thinking and problem solving skills is becoming much more important. Technology skills, of course, are important, but those what we used to call them soft skills are becoming now, as per the World Economic Forum futures job reports, are becoming, more and more important. But when it comes to major, yes, definitely we see now more students are going to computer science, to AI. Just read a couple of days ago that we have now in the UAE, and this year there are 2 new programs from universities in AI. These are bachelor's program. Ras Al Khaimah, American University of Ras Al Khaimah, they just launched a bachelor program for AI. And before, another university also have launched a bachelor program for AI. So technology majors are
Said, your voice, I think we lose the connection. Yeah. is very bad to lose this great insights from Dr. Saeed because of the connectivity, and this is one of the challenges we need to think about solution about it. Yeah, I think we lose the connection with them. If you have any questions, we can deliver it to Dr. Saeed and get the answers from him and send it to you. We will go to the next session. In the next session, we will explore the intersection between the metaverse and the e-government with Engineer Muhammad Salama, senior partner at Unity. Dr. Engineer Muhammad, can you join us, please?
Assalamu alaikum. Mic is really heavy. By any chance, anyone has a converter from USB-C to HDMI? Converter? Nope. Nope. Yes? Assalamu alaikum. Yep, yep, yep.
Just let me know if this is you.
So no, I need to have HDMI. Okay, it's not there.
Yeah. Okay. Especially
اساسا مخنا اكتر احنا عايزين نعمل
ده سولو بتكون في ميركاس طيب هذا شو هذا اول شيء
ده مش سيرفس
تكشير من تكشير هذا الاشياء فهذا مو في الاشياء ما صار انا تكشير بس وصل الشاشه لحالها صح
هو كده كده انت هتكون مسؤول معاك او محتاج اي حاجه
اكسس في كل مكان.
تمام سويتش بس من جوه بتعمل اكستنشن ولا دوبليكيت
لا
ازاي
شغال كليكر اوبشنز
معمول اوفلاين
شكرا جدا.
السلام عليكم. So my name is Mohammed Salama, part of UAE IoT for the Middle East and African markets. Today we'll have a discussion about the metaverse. I think a lot of people understand roughly what's the metaverse. Can I have some definitions? I ask, what's the metaverse? What's the metaverse?
Like other universe, like AI generated universe.
AI generated universe, another universe. There is multiverse as well. Between meta and multi. That's also part of the definitions. What else? Virtual world. It can be real or virtual. Yeah. Please.
Digital world where you exist as characters and interact with others.
Nice. Digital world where you can exist as a character, as an identity, and then can interact with other people. Yeah, can real people on the other screen or virtual as an AI generated, for example. Any other definitions? Yes.
Let's say an environment that is created by nature.
Which is another definition of the digital world or virtual world. Yes, it's an environment created by machines, and then you start to interact with this one. So let's have a bit of history. So Second Life have been created in 23. This is one of the early experiences where we call Second Life. Anyone know what the Second Life game? Yes? Okay, cool. So it's a bit old, almost like 10 years, 20 years from now. And it has this type of experience. It's a virtual where people have an identity, character, engaging with this environment, and trying to solve some issues and some problems and crimes and goes on. The same concept have been progressed in across the year. I would assume with Corona 2020, it has been even more experiences when it comes to immerse or in the virtual space. And then we have a lot of things happening, the Fortnite, PUBG, Horizon, Decentraland, Droplex, tons of things have been came out under the definition of metaverse. So most of the slides actually, and most of the information today, we're trying to do this type of definition. So allow me and be patient with me until we reach to the end. So what's happening? What's happening is there is some sort of evolutions. If we can call the metaverse as a game, so the game itself have been evolved from single content creator to user-generated content. Something that only the developer who do things within the game into you yourself, you can build your own game within the gaming platform. So that's also part of the innovation that's happening when it comes to metaverse. Game as an user perspective, it becomes different. So we are not anymore players. We have this type of definition. We start to engage with the game. We start to generate some content. We start to interact. There is no single-ended game these days. We can play infinite. Again, the Fortnite, the PUBG, the Roblox, and these things, Minecraft, it is endless. You can just sit there 24/7, do nothing, and eventually start to engage. I mean, it's continuous engagement. It's not like single-ended activity. And finally, the way that you generate the content or the content itself. In the past, it was solo. So the only developers, the only creator, and that's it. This is the tree. This is the only tree that you can handle. With the future that we have, everyone has his own perspective. Everyone has his own tree, yeah? So you can build it the way you like, the color you like, and no one do any moderations for it. So you generate the content, you play with it, and you even share it with your friends or other communities around you. This is part of the evolution that we call it the metaverse era. Well, let me put the name of Web 3.0 or Web 3. So with the definition of the metaverse, there is a lot of flexibility, there is a lot of identity that you can build, you can contribute to virtual world, digital twin, whatever the name that you need to call it. And it has a lot of capabilities that's not there in the past. So what is a metaverse? A big definitions, wikis, articles, books, PhD pieces, tons of things, people trying to define what's the metaverse. But I'm just trying to highlight here the keyword, right? So the one that we mentioned at this point of time is persistent scaling, there is an identity, there's physical, digital connection to some extent. There's economy, that has social element, creating, engaging, game economy, and virtual world. So I'm trying to pick these definitions when we're trying to define what's the metaverse or what this type of space of immersive experience is quite different these days. So away from these definitions, there is something very common. It is social. You don't go to the metaverse alone. So for Web3, I need to put the naming of Web3. It has certain social elements. Either actual people with their other identity or characters, or AI generated. Yeah, so you're dealing with NPCs, this type of non-person character on the game or the environment, or there is other people that are interacting with them. You cannot be there and sit alone and no one is around you. Yes? So it has social elements and it has gamified experience. It is gamified. Having something non-ended or like an open end, you need to always engage. You need to do something that's gamified so you can spend again the 24/7 on something. It's not like a book that will be finished in a bunch of papers. So from this definition, it is virtual persistent world, social identity, user-generated content. There is an economy behind it. There is a finance behind it. There is an IP crossover. The things that you build somewhere, you need to move to the other world or other space, or your identity, your character. You need to move this to the other space. And there is the crossover between physical and digital spaces. This is the definition. This is the common characteristic of what we call it metaverse or Web3. The moment that you're trying to build this type of technology, please take care of these elements, eventually to be part of that space. So what we have as an use cases. So from consumer perspective, there is a lot of use cases. There is this type of games, education perspective where the students have this type of planetary space and you can play around it. There's Minecraft concept where you interact and mind game, another virtual simulator, the PUBG and Fortnite and all the games that start to build themselves into the Web3 or metaverse concept. And also the geolocation or this type of AR, augmented reality experiences within the consumer space. These are called metaverses. But from the consumer perspective, from the end user perspective, there is another point of view as well when it comes to industry or enterprise, where we have this type of digital twin concept. So augmentation for the function. We have worker or key worker using an AR with a device, with a tablet, with the gadgets, like Office gadget or something. So you start to interact with the object virtually. You are augmenting the power of the people with the technology. This is where the industry use cases for the metaverses. And a lot of use cases within the industry may be known or not. But even if you have the car dashboard, if you have the car dashboard, most of the cars these days, you have this big screen. And this screen is, to some extent, metaverse. It has the car information, it's connected to the system, it's connected to the internet as well. You can manage the car in and out. This type of experiences become doable with the technology of the Web3 or the real-time 3D technology as well. From this chaos, there's some organization came out, which is the Metaverse Standard Forum, trying to do this type of unification. Why? Because everyone has his own metaverse. Every technology company has its own metaverse. The Google, the Microsoft, the Apple, the Oracle, the SAP, the IBM, the Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever the format, everyone has his own metaverse. So one of the things that the standardization came is the Metaverse Standard Forum, trying to do this type of unification of that standard. Something very interesting to understand as well, how to build scalable yet standard products or technology. So what is the hype and what's the real? If we put the definition of the Web3, it's more logical. Metaverse is like these days the NFT, the cryptocurrencies, and this type of fancy statements. It has a technology underlying, which is the Web3 technology, or this type of immersive technology, or real-time 3D technology. But it is plain, right? So it's like a marketing statement where people trying to do some fluff statement. So the whole concept of having, is it real or not? Is it doable or not? There's a lot of text. I will not go through it. But in a simple format, it is a new technology. something that people need to develop and need to work as well. Exactly like the application that we have these days, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it becomes fun. So when the Wi-Fi or the NFC, or these technologies came 10, 20 years back, it was science fiction. Like we have right now with the metaverse, 5 years, 10 years, it become the normal technology, the normal internet as we know. So what is the core technology? This is the real-time 3D. This is where I would assume the good thing that we need to go through. So with the real-time 3D technology, there is some concept. People are moving from 2D flat screen into 3D concepts, either on the screen, hologram, whatever the concept, robotics. So people are moving into more dynamic content away from the static pre-rendered experience. Consumer themselves as well, they have new gadgets. Not only the mobile phone, the iPad, the watches, there is now the whole Oculus things and a lot of technologies that people start to connect in their eyes and NFC SIM card on their skin. There is also different ways for the content and how you are building this type of technology with you. And this is where the real-time 3D becomes. So it become more interactive. This is where the user are tending and moving into that space. People looking to real-time rendering. Real-time meaning some technology that appear on the screen immediately. Whatever you move the object, it interacts with you in that environment. And moving into 3D as well, better visual, stronger visual, better immersive experience as well. So is it real or not? Yes, it is. A lot of investment. People are moving forward with this type of technology. Is it happening soon? I have no clue. However, a lot of investment happening in that domain when it comes to Web3 technology or when it comes to immersive experience. How many of you know Unity? Except the state. So let's understand about Unity a bit.
In Unity, you can do anything. So what's the real-time engine? It is a piece of software, but it's so much more than that. Unity is an environment built to build video games, but these other industries are getting on board.
Whether that's still all games, construction, or automotive, this creative medium is available to everyone.
Using Unity from the backstage, we can test how rain will look at the wipers performance.
We built all the tools of cinematography into virtual reality.
In the construction field, we use Unity for everything and then some.
I can have a small team, but deliver on AAA quality.
This is the future of animation.
Architecture.
And automotive industry.
Game development.
Creators are the pace setters and dreamers, those with imagination, and we are here to support them because we think the world's a fundamentally better place with more creators in it.
So it is a platform, piece of tool, or more tools. So the tool is meant for the creators to create and generate this type of technologies, the real-time 3D engine. Quite famous of the game, however, there's a lot of applications behind the game as we are exploring right now. Why Unity? Because one of the features it has in that platform is the cross-platform. So you build once and 20 plus platform that you can go live immediately. Easy for development, especially for the starting things, and more screen or more technology that you can build and implement your solutions, either a consumer or games or industry applications or enterprise applications. If you are not aware again of Unity, there is a lot of things that you know in your daily life have been built with Unity. It's again the hidden technology, the tech stack under these type of things, from movies, from animations, from apps, from applications, screen, and a lot of use cases around. So back to the topic when it comes to metaverse, what we need to do with the metaverse. Part of the initiative that we're trying to understand, is it something happening or not? And also we need to build this type of definition. we have this quickly, there is two skew, or there is two ways to think about the metaverse. Either you are developing for the industry, in our case, for example, the government, it has its own technology, it has its own security, it has its own building and DevOps and things, or it is focused on the consumer side of the story. And then when it comes to consumer, we have a lot of things that we need to take care of, including gamifications, identity, character building, and goes on. But the most important thing about the metaverse, it is about the user. So this is the fundamental change what's happening with the Web3. It is about you. It is not about the creator. It's not about the platform. It is about the user. So this is the job. Yeah. So in the past, it is the developer. So you build an HTML page, it's only you and only you. Yeah. You don't care about anyone else. And then with the Web 2, there is more platform happening, social media as well, social networking, and it become about the platform. So the Facebook, the Google, the Microsoft, it's the Apple, it is about the platform. What's happening now, it is moved back to the user. It is about the user. It's not about the platform, it's not about the technology, it's about you. It's your digital identity, is your twinning of you and how you are moving forward with the technology. So if you have a Facebook account, if you have Snapchat account, TikTok account, X account, whatever the accounts, it is the same you. Same characters, same color skins, same wallet, same everything, same personality, for example, same everything. So it is about the digital you or about the user. So that one the experience that you need to build with the metaverse is the user. It is user-centric technology. And this is where we start to build the metaverse. So the whole universe, multiverse, there's a lot of definitions of the metaverse as well. So it is the metaverse. It is how you are building that character into IP crossover between different platforms, different technology, hopefully as well different screen, and you keep the identity consistent across these spaces. So we're trying to build a digital twin of you, of your home, of your gadgets. If your car, for example, can even your clothes, you're trying to build exactly the digital twin of you as an experience on the digital world. Again, it can be really you, like your own character, or funny character, or dream character, whatever the character that you are looking for. And this is where the perception of things start to change. Everyone can think about himself completely different person than the reality. It happens. You have your own digital identity, completely different than the real you in a way or another. And this is where the whole configuration came out, how you can build this type of identity. That's also one of the cool technology that we need to cater for. How you can build this type of character, either funny, actual, or multi-character for multi-platform. That's something that we need to control, and the user as well need to generate for himself or herself. One of the technologies that has been implemented, this type of AI-generated content, how we can use the AI or artificial intelligence into more technologies. You don't need to animate the bodies. These days, it becomes technology. Like Zeta technology, for example, you can build this type of character, either a cat or yourself, and you start to move freely, very human look and feel. You have the muscles, you have the technology behind it. You can handshake, you can click, you can touch, and all that's happening in the digital space within the technology of the AI to generate this type of content for you. So from the good things is you have a lot of capabilities these days with the platform, with the tool. Unity is one of them. You can build this type of real experiences, photorealistic experience. And you can couple this with the AI concepts or whatever the AI generated content, if you wish, or if you have the chance for this. So in order to build, again, just to recap, the metaverse or the Web3 technology, you need to have the digital you need to have the environment, you need to have the physical connectivity to reality. It can be digital twinning, sensors, cameras, or whatever the motion that you need to capture. And then make sure that you are building these experiences user-centric. So Web3 meant for the user focus, and a lot of focus on the user-generated content. So what we need to do with this type of digital transformation, this is where people are moving into 3D. Facebook, they have their own horizon. It's their own new social metaverse. Again, they are building this momentum, trying to keep everyone on their platform. But this is where the direction. People are moving into this 3D objects. Either to build the whole platform, the tech stack, or at least be ready with the digital asset. The digital asset of the pen, the digital asset of you, the digital asset of your gadgets. Be ready with the 3D objects or the 3D digital assets with you. So the question is, are we moving forward with these things in our heads? I don't know. So there's a lot of ways to consume these type of technologies. The easy way these things is using this type of glasses. It can be big, it can be small, it can be with the handle. Some people moving into lenses, some people trying to implement this in the head. Everyone has his own way trying to emulate or trying to push this type of digital experience to the human. And how to do this type of connectivity between the human being and the digital world or the virtual world or the universe that we are moving forward. I don't need to go also a bit off text, but I'm just trying to tell you Web3 is the next thing. This is the next internet. We're trying to build the whole experience behind this. And instead of the normal web page, instead of the 2D screens, like normal flat screen, how you can build an immersed 3D concept that can be replicated in multiple devices, multiple experiences as well, and it is user-centric.
I have in my head everything that anyone has ever done. You have in your heart everything anyone has ever felt. Power is given only to those who dare to know themselves. Pick it up.
Do you think this is real or not? Yes, no.
Well, it looks like
We created from existing human. Sound is real. Okay, at least the sound is real. A guess of a full AI? Yes? Un? I'm sorry, again. Okay. One of the tools, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, yes. So no surprises. So yes, it is fully AI. It's built eventually on the Unity editor. And all these characters, all the skin, the hair, the eyes, the teeth, the mouth, everything is just a digital object. You can play around with it. It's one of the demos we call the enemies. It's really nice if you have that capability within the Unity, where you have the same lady, which is like an old lady with all the clings and dots on the skin. You can just play around. Yeah, so you can have like a small kid, the hair, it can be curly, it can be really smooth, and gravity of the hair, you just like move hair up and down, and it's all in the edit. It's purely digital, purely AI. I'm sorry. It is not hard when it comes to technology because it is a platform, right? It's a set of tools. It is a set of tools. So the moment that you understand the technology that you have, you start to build it out. One of the tools that these days has been happening, like the ChatGPT and all the LLMs and all these things, have been easier using only the command. You just build these things with the text, not even like an interface of a platform and then this type of gadgets and configurators and change the numbers ups and down and goes on. So within Unity, it is technology that you need to learn, and even with the new GPT concepts, it becomes text generated without configuration, but still you can produce something like this. Question? So the clear use of this, for example, is movie production. If you're aware of Avatar and all the Marvel movies, it's the same technology. It's the same technology. So all these superheroes are not superheroes. You just have some sort of good animation running behind them. So we have the same character, you mock it up on the digital, and all of a sudden becomes superhero. So this is like the production of the whole Avatar 1 and 2 Marvel movies and DC, all these type of movie production in the past almost 10 years, 10, 15 years, with on top of this technology. That's the key use case. These days we have this fake AI videos and things. It's not like the target, like a side product, but the main product is the movie production, and it's relying heavily on these type of things. Please. Made by Unity. So if you have the Unity tool, you can just drag it out. It's already in the GitHub, by the way. It's an open source called the enemies. The enemies. You can download it with your editor, and you can start to play around with the example.
is. But then in the sense of the features of physics, is not something, did you say that?
Yes. Yes, so this is where, yes, yes. So hair in its own, it has its own technology. The eyes has its own technology. The skin has its own technology. These things have their own technology. So there is some sort of like plugins or whatever SDK only for hair. You need to have this smooth, curly, gravity, long, short, color, whatever the format is, you can play with the hair with infinite use case because it's own technology. You add that to the face, to the eye, to the teeth, to the mouth, and then you build this type of fancy color. You can make it as realistic as you can, or you can have it completely fake. It's up to you how you are developing this out. But this one, again, it meant to be realistic. It meant to have this type of perception. It's real lady, another in her late ages and doing this type of fancy statement. Please. This one running slowly. So yes, so this is the power of Unity. And this is what we are calling real-time 3D technology. Yes and no. If you need to have this type of heavy rendering to show these things real-time during your development, yes. But the moment it has been shipped out, you don't need to do this. Please. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question. How does Unity's engine differ from that of, say, Unreal Engine 5? Like, what are the AI capabilities that are much better? Because they have things like real-time rendering, right? Where they'll have people on the screens, they'll have people in front of screens, and they can use that as dynamic backgrounds in real time. So how does Unity differ from that?
Sure. So Unity have been founded almost 20 years back. Bit of history. They are quite famous when it comes to real-time 3D technology, again, long time back. So the difference between the very standard topic, right, the Unreal and Unity, or Godot, or any other open source, there is a lot of initiatives when it comes to tech, right? So the question, what's much better? Is it the Gmail or the Outlook? As this type of state, it's all made server, the same technology. Is it dominant or not? It's up to you how to select. From Unity perspective, the claim is we do multi-screen, we do multi-platform, something even the Unreal 5 not able to reach at this point of time, to build into 20 plus platform. Why? Because Unity has certain components in everything. That screen, for example. It has the Unity engine, we call it runtime, built in that stack. So the moment that we develop Unity applications and we need to have it on the Samsungs or LG or any screens, the majority of screen vendors, smaller file, then you have real-time 3D running on that screen with less power resources and less CPU. If you need to do that with Unreal, this is impossible. Similar with the automotive, similar with the industry, similar with a lot of other devices and technologies that has been there. This is one of the key issues. Okay? So this is how you differentiate. Unity have been built for multi-platform by design. It has really fancy feature, but it also can run on the fridge screen. And so if you need to differentiate between different technology. Questions? Let's go next. So the real-time 3D technology, this is something that you need to make sure that you are building. Then let's have some concepts. First, Web3 is complex development. This is not a game development. It's not like a 2D game or even 3D game development. The elements that you need to build for the Web3 system or the metaverse system is really complex. This is like a snapshot of some elements that you need to cater when you start to develop for metaverse. Either you can select existing platform and build your own digital assets behind it and then move forward, help yourself from all this DevOps and backend technologies and things, or you need to take that challenge, make sure that you have the full team and full capability to develop these things. It's quite funny as well that there is a lot of investment happening. For example, the whole movie animations and people are using this. But what's quite different these days as well is the vice versa. So one of the fashion houses, France, I think 2 years back, I'm not able to get the date. We have this physical wearing on the cat show. Yeah, so it looks pixels, a pixel model, that Minecraft concept, yeah, or Roblox model, and there is a real model moving on people, and you can purchase this clothes and wear it on the street. I don't know how, but it looks fun. Yeah. So the concept is people are changing, behavior are changing, the mind of the user is changing. It's not about the real-time 3D technology, it's not about the realistic. They need something different, something immersive, something very user-centric in a way. Again, if you need to build this type of technology, it has its own complexity. Make sure either you build it right, because you need to have that claim of having a Web3 or metaverse or whatever the technology, or select the good platform or open source even platform to build it out for you. So the evolution of the technology is coming, and we're still far away from the beginning. So I would assume still in the early stage, how we can build this type of experiences. So how to build, how to start? Very simple things. You need to start to envision what you are aiming for, what you are building for, consumer or industry, what type of user, the platform, the technology that you are aiming, maybe the devices as well that you are looking to use. Is it the glasses? Is it the screen, laptops, holograms, cars? I don't know. You need to envision from the early stage, where is your target platform as well for this? One of the topics that we mentioned, this type of character, building the character, building the digital assets. This is very key. If you need to build anything metaverse, make sure there is configurator part of it. Yeah. So the moment that you create the user can play around with the gadgets, the assets, and even his own identity, face can have whatever the feature is. Metaverse is immersed. You need to have it immersed. You cannot have this type of flat experience. You need to build Web3, something that the digital you can touch, can poke, maybe can smell in the future, but it is immersed. It is interactive to that extent. This is how we differentiate between the Web 2 and Web 3. Yeah? So this is where the differentiation is. And make sure that you have this type of connectivity with the world, with the digital twin, for example. If you have this type of sensors, either normal sensors, camera as a basic sensor, sound sensors, you need to have this type of sensory network connected to your metaverse or your platform or your technology. And again, the question, are you looking to consumer and industry? Because they have a different, completely technology behind them. So think big, move bigger, make sure that you are focused on the user as much as you can, and it's happening. It's a journey. It's not easy. I'm saying it's easy, right? So technology need a bit of learning and a bit of experiences as well that you are looking for. Any questions? Good. So, yeah. No. Cool. So it is a new technology. It is a new technology. You just need to learn how to use it. Unity is a good platform, something that you can start with. There is a lot of AI to these days, the GPT AI concept, where you can build your own experiences in a text format. You need to develop a skill of coding or technology. It's still productive to some extent, or useful to some extent, at least if you need to prototype with prototyping technologies now. So thank you very much for your time. Again, any questions I'm around, I can help. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for this interactive session. And as you mentioned, the social,
yep,
one characteristic. So in the time for social, we have break for 30 minutes. Enjoy your break, and after the break, we will work again on our presentation. And after that, we'll pitch ideas. And this is the finish of the wood. Enjoy your break.
I hope all had a great lunch. The movement now you will have 20 minutes to finalize your presentation, and after that we will start the pitching ideas. Increase it to 20 to have more time to work on your presentation.